Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Program Manager of the Smithsonian Associates, Miss Brigitte Blecher.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. It's wonderful to have you all here at the Smithsonian. It's a pleasure to have you all here in the auditorium, as well as those of you on our webcast. We will be broadcasting live all day today, so it's wonderful to have everyone with us. It has been almost 2 decades that we, the Smithsonian Associates, have been honored to host the Thelonious Monk semi-annual finals here at the Smithsonian. It is amazing. We are so excited. Jazz, as everyone in this room knows, is our national treasure. And it only makes sense to host this amazing event at the Smithsonian, the home of so many of our national treasures. As a proponent of jazz, I urge you all not only to support the Thelonious Monk Jazz Institute and all the musicians you will hear today, but jazz not only locally, but nationally, small and big, whenever you possibly can. Before we get started, I need to, of course, do a little business. I need to remind you that those tickets that you're holding in your hand, you need to hang on to them all throughout the day that you plan to attend the competition. They will get you in and out of the auditorium. If you decide that you're going to leave for the day, please return those tickets to the people up front, and we'll take your ticket for you so we can allow some other people in. Also, I need to remind you that the restrooms are located in the front of the building and as you enter onto Constitution. And of course, I need to ask you all please to silence your cell phones. This is a competition, and we want each musician to have the best opportunity. In addition, there is no recording of any kind, and please no flash photography. It startles the musicians. So thank you again all very much for coming. It's fabulous to have you all here at the Smithsonian on this beautiful day in September. And again, welcome the Thelonious Jazz Monk Institute again this year. Thank you so much for coming.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Institute Chairman, Board of Trustees of the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz, Thelonious Monk, Jr.
Wow. Thank you. Welcome. I actually have some, they got me reading stuff. Y'all know I don't like to read nothing. I'm a jazz musician. I'd be working off of, spontaneity. And they told me I was too hip with the glasses, so I got to take the glasses off. Okay, good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here with all of you for the semifinals of the 26th annual Thelonious Monk International Jazz Competition, which this year shines the light on the saxophone. Many of you have attended our previous competitions, and some of you in the audience may be experiencing this amazing event for the first time. So on behalf of the Monk family and the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz, I would like to welcome and thank you for coming out to support the 13 gifted young saxophone players who are participating in today's competition. We would also like to welcome the many viewers from around the world who are joining us live through the Smithsonian and Thelonious Monk Institute websites that are streaming this afternoon's competition. From its early 19th century origins, the sax player has been instrumental in helping to shape the distinctive sound and feel of the music, and it has inspired jazz artists to perform musical acrobatics, summon spirits, and explore new galaxies. And whether it's a baritone, tenor, alto, or soprano, the sax closely emulates the sound of the human voice and creates and evokes a broad range of emotions. We are here today to recognize the exceptional saxophone players of a new generation. Frankly, what we think of the jazz masters of tomorrow. These semifinalists were selected after a competitive round of audition, and in just a few minutes, you will listen to each musician perform a 15-minute program of his or her own choosing, which means we will be hearing a very, very wide variety of styles and repertoire. From this group, our judges will select 3 finalists to perform tomorrow evening at the Kennedy Center's Eisenhower Theater in the final round. Along with the competition finals, tomorrow's program will include tributes to saxophone master Wayne Shorter. And it will also include a tribute to someone who is very dear to the jazz community, very, very dear to the Monk Institute. He was our musical director for several years, and we lost him this year. So we will be doing a tribute to the great, great late George Duke. Before we meet our panel of judges, I would like to thank Cadillac, the presenting sponsor of the saxophone competition and jazz gala concert. I want to thank them for partnering with us again this year and believing in our mission to perpetuate jazz and offer it to the citizens of the world through education and performance. Thank you, Cadillac. Their support over the years has been critical to our success and to our mission. Many thanks to United Airlines, the official airline of the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz, for providing worldwide air transportation to all our education programs year-round, including today's competition. And that's all of our programs all around the world. United Airlines. And we are most grateful to the Smithsonian Associates for hosting our competition and semifinals for over 2 decades now. That's commitment. I love you, Smithsonian. We all love you. And now I am honored to present our judging panel. One of the most important, original, and creative soprano players on today's jazz scene, our first judge was an early champion of the use of electronics in her live performances and compositions. Her works of art are inventive, adventurous, personal explorations, yet are indebted to traditional jazz principles. Please welcome Jane Ira Bloom. Our next judge is musical royalty. Long recognized as a brilliant instrumentalist, influential composer, and amazing arranger, his warm tone, energy, and intelligence can be found in every one of his original compositions and the standards he has played over the past six decades. Dizzy Gillespie so aptly said, "All I can say is if you know him, you know bebop." Please put your hands together for a man who has made an enduring contribution to the jazz idiom, Jimmy Heath. a 3-time Grammy Award winner. He is a world-renowned composer, instrumentalist, educator, actor, and businessman. Whether seducing us with his captivating ballads, thrilling us with his forays into classical music, combining funk, hip-hop, and jazz, or playing with his finely tuned quartet, he is always a maverick searching for and uncovering new ground. A member of a family that is a paragon of modern jazz excellence, I am pleased to welcome our next judge. Please put your hands together for Branford Marsalis. It is an honor to introduce a musical genius who has been called the world's greatest living jazz composer by his vast worldwide audience of fans, critics, musicians, and educators. His legendary career spans over half a century. His legacy includes scores of compositions that are now jazz standards, and he has raised the bar for all who follow in his footprints. Forging new ground with his harmonic complexity and haunting melodies, he's a trailblazer, and after 6 decades, he continues to write and perform music that always engages and startles the imagination. Please give a very, very warm round of applause to Wayne Shorter. A powerful, passionate master storyteller describes our next judge, a post-bop alto player, composer, producer, and educator. The director of jazz studies at the University of Missouri-Kansas City Conservatory of Music and Dance, he has worked with the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz and its Jazz in America program as a highly regarded teacher and musical ambassador for over a decade. A veteran of Art Blakey's Jazz Messengers, he has, to his credit, 26 CDs as a leader and appears on nearly 100 other recordings. I love you, man. Put it together for Mr. Bobby Watson. We've assembled an outstanding 5-star trio to accompany our 3 finalists this afternoon. The powerhouse on the keyboard, who is equally adept on piano and on organ, Reggie Thomas. One of the hardest swinging, most gifted bass players. Wow, see, then I have to adjust. They got in the business, but no. One of the hardest swinging, most gifted bass players in the world, Rodney Whitaker. A master of tempo. We are fortunate to have one of the most dynamic, scratch that, explosive, inventive, scratch that, and creative. And we got this drummers in the world. Wow, we need to scratch that drummer thing. A rhythm master, Mr. Carl Allen on drums. It's time to hear from our first group of semifinalists. At stake are 3 impressive scholarship prizes, and the winner will also be awarded a recording contract with the Concord Music Group. So, on with our show. Please welcome, from Grapevine, Texas, Clay Pritchard.
that was Mild Flame, and the next tune we're going to do is Twinkle Tinkle, Thelonious Monk composition.
One more time, Clay Pritchard, Grapevine, Texas. Good job, man. Our next competitor hails from Los Angeles, California. Put your hands together for Danny Jenklow.
One, two, one.
Thank you all so much. My name is Danny Janklow. I'm from Los Angeles, California. Very, very thrilled and honored to be here playing for you this afternoon and honoring the legacy of the genius of Mr. Thelonious Monk. This next song I'm going to play is a beautiful ballad by the pen of Mr. Duke Ellington. Hope you enjoy this one. It's entitled Come Sunday.
everybody at once now. You couldn't just pass one around.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a star of film, television, Broadway, and the honorary Institute Chairman of the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz, Mr. Billy Dee Williams.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's great to be back at the Beard Auditorium hosting this afternoon's competition. I began my association with the Thelonious Monk Institute way back in 1992, and I am pleased to say that I've only missed one competition over the last 2 decades. Each year, this is a very special event for me. I always look forward to it. This event is the heart of the Institute's mission to uncover gifted jazz artists, and I love meeting and hearing so many talented young players over the course of the weekend. Their passion for the music is infectious, and I think by the end of the day you will agree that the music is absolutely in good hands. And now it's a pleasure for me to introduce our third semifinalist. Please welcome from Marietta, Georgia, Tevon Pennicott.
Check. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate this. I'm so glad to be here. First song that I played was Con Alma, Dizzy Gillespie, and I just finished a Neil Hefti song titled Cute. So I'm going to finish it out with Thelonious Monk composition, Ugly Beauty.
Ladies and gentlemen, before our next saxophonist, I would like to ask if you could please move into the interior seats of the auditorium. We still have a couple of people who wish to get into the auditorium to see today's show. So if you wouldn't mind getting cozy with your neighbor, it would be much appreciated. Thank you. And once again, Mr. Billy Dee Williams.
Okay. Please welcome our fourth semifinalist from Groningen, Netherlands, Ben van Gelder.
finish up with the Thelonious Monk composition entitled Reflections. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Our fifth semifinalist from Long Island, New York, is Andrew Gould. Let's welcome to our sixth semifinalist from Silver Spring, Maryland. Whoa. Representing Braxton Cook.
Hello, my name is Braxton Cook. I'm going to be performing 3 songs for you. The first song was entitled I Mean You. It's the Thelonious Monk composition. And the second tune is going to be an original of mine entitled Brody's Lullaby. The last tune is going to be another Thelonious Monk tune entitled Blue Monk. Thank you.
What? Okay, up next is Mike LeBrun from Framingham, Massachusetts.
Hello, everybody. Really excited to be here today. This competition has been something that I have followed and really looked at as a goal for a long time, so I'm so honored to be a part of it. Today I'm going to be playing for you a program of arrangements that I've done of standards that I hope really showcases both who I am as a saxophonist and also kind of honors the tradition, the long storied tradition of jazz saxophone. While offering a window into who I am as a composer, as a saxophonist, an arranger, and as a musician. So first thing we're going to be doing is Monk's Mood. That'll be followed by Out of Nowhere, and we're going to wrap up with my take on Summertime. Hope you enjoy.
Well, this is why I love to come here every year to listen to these young people bring such incredible, propitious energy to this wonderful craft. But anyway, before we take a 15-minute intermission, let's have a round of applause for our saxophonists, Clay, Danny, Tivon, Ben, Andrew, Braxton, and Mike. And please put your hands together for the finest trio in jazz, Reggie, Rodney, and Carl.
Ladies and gentlemen, two quick but very important announcements. During this intermission, if you are not planning on returning for the second half of the competition, please be sure to turn your tickets back into any ushers you see so that others who might be waiting outside of this hall can attend the second half. And secondly, if you are staying through the intermission and are planning to remain in the hall, please be aware that we are streaming live and will be conducting an interview with Thelonious Monk Jr. on this stage for our online audience. So please be mindful of your volume level as you move about the hall, and we will see you back in 15 minutes for the second half of the saxophone competition. Thank you. I'm not trying to rush. I'm like literally trying to ask you how much time do you want, need? I mean, I know ideally the full 15 and everybody out. Okay.
Wasn't paying a lot of attention. It's kind of like the local guy, practicing. Yeah, I like, and I like that. I love that last piece. The monk, blue monk. Yeah.
So sorry, man.
It's all right. It was weird when you were coming out here. One of those afraid I might make any more sense. I wasn't hearing it.
Okay. All right.
Or I'll just give it to you.
Let's,
So we'll share this one? Yeah. Okay. Is this live? Oh, it is. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have your attention? Could it be a little quiet in the house? We're doing a live webcast on monkinstitute.org in case you want to tell all your friends. I'm Lois Gilbert from jazzcorner.com, and I am with Thelonious Monk Jr., who's the chairman of the Board of Trustees. And we thought we would talk a little bit about how the Institute, the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz, got started. So I give you the mic, Thelonious.
Thank you, Lois. There have been a number of people who were interested in how this institute got started, so I figured I'd tell those of you who are interested. We started the institute, actually the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz was an idea that developed out of the Thelonious Monk Foundation. And the Thelonious Monk Foundation was started in 1984, and it was started by my sister, Barbara Monk. And those of you who are familiar with Thelonious's recordings and compositions know that he wrote a tune called Boo Boo's Birthday. And Boo Boo was my sister. In fact, I was always jealous because Thelonious, if he liked you, he wrote a song for you. And he wrote a song for my mother called Crepuscule with Nellie. And he wrote a song for her sister called Skippy. And he wrote a song for my cousin Jackie called Jackieing. And he wrote a song for me called Little Rudy Tooty. But my sister, he wrote two songs for her. And that always upset me, right? He wrote Boo Boo's Birthday, and he wrote a song that many people interpreted as something that was alluding to the use of a certain herb called green chimneys. But the fact of the matter is that green chimneys was the name of the school that my sister went to. So it wasn't about what a lot of people thought it was about. But I also know that he liked himself a great deal because he wrote 4 compositions for himself: Monk's Mood, Blue Monk, Thelonious, and Monk's Dream, you know. But my sister, and I want to make this clear to everybody because my sister passed away in 1984, and she was 29 years old. And many people look at me as the person who's sort of been the caretaker of my father's legend. But I have to tell you that it was my sister that was the real caretaker of my father's legend. And when my sister passed away, my family came to me and they said, "Hey man, you're gonna have to pick up the ball." And she had a dream initially, and that was to have a competition for her dad. And that's where the idea of a competition came to us. It came from my sister Boo Boo, who was really the founder of the memory of Thelonious Monk. And she got the street that my father was born on named after him, and they're getting ready to put a plaque on the building he was born in, and the park that was next door to his house in North Carolina has been named after him, and he's got an exhibition here at the Smithsonian Institute and a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame and a posthumous Pulitzer Prize and a Lifetime Grammy and all kinds of groovy things that he never got an opportunity to see, but my sister started the ball rolling to make sure that he did get his due. And the Institute itself was actually an idea that was born in Rocky Mount, North Carolina in 1986. Some family members decided that they wanted to do something for their uncle, their distant uncle, Thelonious Monk, and they came up with the idea to build a community center. And the idea grew, and there was a wonderful, wonderful patron of the arts here in Washington, D.C., who was the founder of the Beethoven Society of America. Her name was Maria Fisher, and we give out a Maria Fisher Award from time to time in her memory. But she was 80, I believe she was 86 years old at the time, and she was doing a program in Rocky Mount on Beethoven. And my cousins came to her and they said, Mrs. Fisher, you've done so much to preserve the name of Beethoven. Well, our uncle is a guy named Thelonious Monk, and he was the Beethoven of jazz. Well, the minute they said he was the Beethoven of jazz, that perked her ears up. And she said, well, I'll have to help you out. And the executive director at the time of the Beethoven Society of America was a gentleman by the name of Tom Carter. And she told Tom, you're going to have to help these people out. And he didn't know Thelonious Monk from Ned and the First Reader, because he was completely immersed in classical music. But he took on the challenge. And what happened was that the project grew so big in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, that I found myself one night in a room with the likes of Jimmy Heath and Clark Terry and Max Roach, and a great drummer for Lester Young named Willie Jones, and the father of Fabulous Five, Freddie Brathwaite, and Dr. Billy Taylor. And we all were sitting around and we said, you know, I kind of threw the question out, if we had a lot of support, to do something in Thelonious Monk's name, what would we do? And that group of jazz masters, the guys that I've always looked to for advice on the Institute, they said, you know what we don't have? We don't have a conservatory. We don't have a place where a young jazz musician can go and learn to play jazz and come out a great jazz player. And it was on that evening that we decided that we're going to give it a shot and form this thing called the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz. And so we did so. And within 2 months, it became very apparent to us that we were beginning to fill a very large vacuum. And people started calling us from all over the country and all over the world. And a year out, I believe everyone thought we had a 30-story skyscraper and a staff of 5,000 people, because the entire world was calling the Monk Institute. But what that told us was that if we were going to have this high-end educational program, we were going to have a feeder system for that program. And that took us to the colleges and the high schools, and the high schools took us to the elementary schools. And this is what became the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz. We still don't have a building. We still have a very, very small staff. But we have the support of the entire jazz community. And the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz is, in fact, an effort by the entire jazz community, together with a fantastic group of jazz fans that you may have seen with us either here or at the Kennedy Center from year to year. Their names are people like B. Arthur, people like Clint Eastwood, Billy Dee Williams, Gladys Knight, Aretha Franklin, Stevie Wonder, all people that were profoundly affected by what jazz had meant to them in their lives. And then we had you. We had the support of the audience. Many of you have come here. I know there are a couple of people in this room that have probably been coming here for 15, maybe even 20 years, every year to support the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz. But that's how we began. And I want the world to know that the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz is an effort not by me. It's not an effort by the staff of the Monk Institute. It is an effort by the entire world, by the entire jazz community. We have relationships with every other major jazz organization because we're in one family, you know? And so that's why you see everybody here. You will see the name Marsalis up here. You will see the name Monk up here. You will see the name Coltrane. Anybody that is involved and family is part of the Monk family.
Well, speaking of great names, thank you. And also, we're going to continue with the future great names of jazz with the saxophone competition. Thank you so much, Thelonious, and thank you, audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage for the second half of the 2013 Thelonious Monk International Jazz Saxophone Competition, Rodney Whitaker, Reginald Thomas, and Carl Allen. And once again, Mr. Billy Dee Williams.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Here we go for a more wonderful music. Our eighth semifinalist from Sydney, Australia, is Michael Griffin.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's wonderful to be here from down under, as they say. Coming from the land of koalas and kangaroos and crocodiles to the land of Jimmy Heath and Branford Marsalis and Wayne Shorten and so forth. So it's wonderful. Very good to be here. That was a song called Evidence, written by the wonderful Thelonious Monk. Obviously the criteria says we have to play one, but I think he wrote such good music that I decided to play two. So the ballad I'm choosing is Ruby My Dear. Thank you so much, everyone. It's a pleasure to play on this wonderful stage with this amazing bunch of musicians. They make me want to play better, so it's very inspiring to play with them, definitely. All right, the next song I'm going to play is the last one. It's time for something fast, I think, so I'm going to play Olio by Sonny Rollins.
First of all, how about another round of applause for my co-host who's with us year in and year out and who has painted some things on our programs that are fantastic, Mr. Billy Dee Williams. Our next competitor has come all the way from Israel. Please put your hands together for Dean Sir.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. I just wanted to say it is a great, great honor to be here and play for a few of my heroes. And yeah, I'm going to play a short set of 3 tunes. I'm going to end with My Shining Hour by Harold Arlen. Before that, I will play 4-in-1 by Thelonious Monk. And I'm going to open with a song made famous by Ray Charles called You Don't Know Me. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to bring on a young man that grew up where I grew up in New York City, Harlem. Let me introduce Godwin Louis. My goodness gracious. Lord have mercy. Amen. Yes. Lord have mercy. Woo. Okay, please, 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 please. Welcome our 11th semifinalist, Sam Dillon.
The first song I'm going to be playing is a Thelonious Monk original entitled Nutty. The second one is going to be a ballad entitled You Don't Know What Love Is. And lastly, I'm going to end with John Coltrane's Mr. PC.
I just saw a beautiful face. And her name is Melissa Aldana.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say that I'm really happy and honored to be here playing for all of you and announce the tunes. I'm going to start with Long Gone Far Away, then Ask Me Now by Thelonious Monk, and then I'm going to do a renewal of mine called Eminem.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to make you aware, it is a Sunday and this museum is closing at 5:25. We have gotten special extended time, but what it means is that you are required to hold on to your ticket. Otherwise, they will be ejecting us none too ceremoniously at 5:25. So hold on to your ticket and we'll be continuing. Thank you.
Well, every now and again you run into somebody who talks to you in a way that nobody else talks to you. I think I'm in love. Okay, our last semi-finalist is from, I hope I say this correctly, Villach, Austria. Please welcome Lucas Gabrisch.
Hello, thank you. I'm extremely honored and happy to be here. I'll be playing at the end of a love affair to start out with, then a ballad entitled Nancy with the Laughing Face, and we're going to close out with a Thelonious Monk composition entitled Work.
How about another round of applause for all of our competitors? How about a round of applause for the accompanying trio? I have to, first of all, I'd like to ask everyone who wants to stay in the hall because, as the voice of God told us earlier, they'll throw us out if we don't. And something else I'd like to say before, because I can't find my words, but while I can't find my words, I'm very good at eating up time. I want to say that in the 27 years that we have been doing this, you are the most fantastic, enthusiastic audience that we have ever had, and I want you to give yourselves a round of applause. Let's see. Where am I on this page? They lost me. You lost me. No, that's tomorrow night. God, this is a horror story. I cannot find my page, but what I will tell you is this, that our judges are now going to go back, and if you've had a tough time discerning the, quote, best, believe me, they're having the same tough time, because I have to say that on balance, pound for pound, this particular group of competitors has been off the hook. Absolutely off the hook. And in the meantime, in the few minutes that's going to take our judges to, oh, wow. Now the only problem is I can't see. This is like microscript. Okay. Our judges will now be leaving the hall to select the 3 finalists. Almost 30 years ago, the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz was conceived as a cutting-edge college program for young, aspiring jazz musicians who would participate in and uphold the jazz master-mentor education model, learning not only the tunes, but embracing the culture and the ethics inherent in the genre. The essence of the Institute is the highly selective Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz performance, where 51 jazz artists have studied with the masters over the past 18 years. Passing the torch from one generation to the next, the program is currently located at the UCLA Herb Alpert School of Music, where 7 young gifted musicians have been studying with professors Herbie Hancock and Wayne Shorter and a host of others for the past year. Please welcome the chairman of the Herb Alpert School of Music, Michael Dean.
Thank you very much, T.S. I'm an opera singer. One question that opera singers struggle with in their performing is, how do I make a big sound, but still sing lovingly, make the emotions tender, make people feel something soft, even while my sound travels out into big spaces? Well, I've always felt that we opera singers need to think beyond our own art. If you want a big voice to sound tender, think Sarah Vaughan, think Joe Williams, think Johnny Hartman. Jazz has always inspired all music, but most of all, classical music. I always wanted to be a jazz singer, but I didn't have what it takes, so I had to settle for opera. That's why it's such a joy for me, a classical musician, to be here among such great jazz artists and to know that all musicians, all of us, are cut from the same beautiful cloth. I'm especially happy to be here representing the UCLA Herb Alpert School of Music, which is now beginning its 2nd year as the new home of the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz. Jazz has always been at UCLA in one form or another, but its recent history has really turned the excitement up. In 1996, a new jazz studies program was established at UCLA in the Department of Music by the great Kenny Burrell. Kenny is still running that program in his 80s, and I can tell you from experience, Kenny is still cooking. Yeah. In 2007, the Herb Alpert School of Music was established by a very generous gift from Herb Alpert. This provided even broader training for all musicians, but especially in jazz and in the education about jazz at UCLA. The idea to join the Thelonious Monk Institute and UCLA was introduced by the Herb Alpert Foundation, which has provided long-term support to both organizations. Herb Alpert, Kenny Burrell, and others strategized a plan with Herbie Hancock, and in 2012 they launched a groundbreaking partnership between the UCLA Herb Alpert School of Music and the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz. To make this collaboration possible, the UCLA Department of Music created a new master's degree in jazz. Every 2 years, 6 to 8 talented musicians enter the program, and they stay together as a group for the entire 2 years. They study, they perform together in an ensemble, and at the end of the 2-year program, they receive a master's degree in jazz performance from UCLA. The Kennedy Center audience will get to experience these extraordinary musicians tomorrow night when they perform together as part of the tribute to the artistry of Wayne Shorter. During their time at UCLA, these young musicians are mentored by leaders in jazz brought in by the Monk Institute, and at the same time, they receive comprehensive education in music theory, composition, history, and performance from classical and world music experts at UCLA, as well as instruction in the business of music, marketing, and outreach. As part of the program, the visiting jazz masters present master classes at UCLA and community outreach programs across Los Angeles. Each student in the program provides free music instruction in a Los Angeles public school at least once a week. The Monk Ensemble has already been performing with great success across the United States and internationally. Our students in the UCLA Herb Alpert School of Music are gaining an insight into a paradigm containing classical and jazz that we musicians have known for years. We hear amazing technique from a jazz artist, and sometimes someone will tell you, you know, he's classically trained. But what many people do not know is that many classical artists got their start in jazz. Eileen Farrell, Andre Previn, Renee Fleming, just to name a few. We must also recognize those legendary performers who live comfortably in both classical and jazz worlds. Composers like George Gershwin and Duke Ellington, and up to the modern-day giants like Chick Corea and Branford Marsalis. Last week, we lost the great Fred Katz at the age of 94, a man who back in the 50s had the audacity to use the cello as a solo jazz instrument. So many artists over the years have traveled easily between these two forms of music, changing them and changing the world. These are artists who seem to cross borders, but in reality, they teach us that when it comes to music, there are no borders. T.S. was pointing out to me earlier, and I agree, that any supposed separation between classical and jazz musicians has always only existed in the minds of the public rather than in that of the musicians themselves. I've been fascinated to watch the reaction of our classical students at UCLA to the arrival of the Monk Institute musicians. It began, of course, with a little fear. You may not know this, but classical musicians are very intimidated by jazz musicians. One of our classical trumpeters said to me when he first heard the Monk group play, "I play what these dead composers wrote, but those guys are actually having conversations with dead composers while they play." I like that idea, and I think that musician probably took that idea back with him to the practice room and tried to have a conversation with Mozart and Bach. The positive influence that Jonathan, Mike, Diego, Josh, Eric, Dave, and Miro have had on our classical students has been profound, and I think they will tell you that in spending the past year working on jazz, while surrounded on all sides by Schubert, Beethoven, and Mahler, they've learned new things about themselves too. I can't wait to see what heights this collaboration will reach as UCLA begins our second year as the home of the Thelonious Monk Institute. I know future generations will say the same thing when they are celebrating our 10th, 20th, 50th, and 100th year together. To Tom Carter, Daniel Seif, and the whole team at the Institute, I want to say thank you for helping make everything work like a smooth Coltrane solo. To our many supporters here today, I want to say thank you on behalf of the UCLA Herb Alpert School of Music. If you're in Los Angeles anytime soon, be sure to check out everything that's happening in music at UCLA. Your support of the Thelonious Monk Institute and its work at UCLA ensures not only that these young musicians will be able to create that vision, but it ensures that the great art of music, jazz, classical, world music, funk, hip-hop, rock, R&B, music in all its forms, will continue doing what it always does, changing the world one beat at a time. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the judges are delivering, and we would love everyone to hold for about 5 or maybe 10 minutes. And in the meantime, I'm going to bring out my co-host, Mr. Billy Dee Williams, and I am going to interview him. So check this out. Chairs. We need chairs. Okay, so I was, as many of you know, and some of you may not know, for the past almost 20 years, Mr. Williams has been doing the cover paintings for the Thelonious Monk Institute of Jazz competition program. And you also know that many of them have been absolutely wonderful paintings. Now, I happen to know that Billy studied art extensively. In fact, I believe you once told me that your art teacher cried when you went into drama.
What?
So you told me something to the effect that your art teacher was very upset when you went into drama.
Oh, yeah.
And so, but my question was, you've been doing these covers for us for so many years, and the paintings are so inspirational. And I was wondering, what inspired you, to paint so many musicians? Because you have just an enormous amount of work that deals with jazz musicians in general. I know you spent some time in the clubs as a young man, but what really inspired all these paintings?
I didn't realize that I was going to do this in front of everybody, but I don't want to bore you with this,
Are you bored? Ain't nobody bored in here.
I mean, I don't know if anybody really cares. Well, no, I was raised around music all my life, actually. My mom studied opera for many years, and her brother, William Botkin, was a classical musician. And I studied music when I was very young. I took singing lessons, piano lessons. I did all those wonderful things as a boy. Of course, as far as jazz is concerned, I mean, I'm 76 years old, so I've been around a long time. And I've seen a lot of stuff in my years. I remember 52nd Street and, the Birdland. And I grew up in New York City on 110th Street between Lenox and 5th. And up on 117th Street was Minton's. So I remember even after my prom, I was 18 years old, I left my girlfriend and went straight to 52nd Street and hung out because I wanted to see Oscar Pettiford, and that was a real big thrill for me. But and then my first time seeing your father was I saw him the first time I saw Thelonious Monk was at Randall's Island, and I was about 19 years old at the time. And I thought he was the most incredible, most amazing thing that I'd ever seen in my life. And remember when I asked you, I said to you, I said, was he crazy or was he just theatrical? Because he would do all of these real strange, these strange things. But
it was definitely a combination of, look, I will tell you, you're getting it from the horse's mouth. Thelonious is crazy, no doubt about it. My mother used to call him Melodious Thunk, right? But a certain amount of it was clearly theatrics. He came home one day, my mother said he came home one day and he said to her, he said, Nellie, I saw these glasses in this store downtown and they've got these bamboo arms on the glasses. And you know what? If I wear those glasses, everybody will look at me. And as we all know, the most famous photograph of Thelonious Monk is Thelonious Monk in the dark glasses with the bamboo arms on him. So he understood show business.
He definitely did. He was very good, especially when he did that circle, and he got up and started walking around in circles.
It's interesting because that, and this goes to the issue of African American history, because there's so much of African American history it's hidden, it's sort of under the radar, and people can't exactly identify it. But what I learned about that little circle that Thelonious used to make was that was actually a variation on the most ancient of African dance steps.
Really? Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, he was down with the movement. I think I have our judges.
She wants us to get off the stage.
She
Who is
wants
that
us to
person?
get off the stage. Okay, we're going
Who
to
is
announce
she?
our winners. Billy Dee Williams, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to announce our 3 finalists, but the order is meaningless. It's just the order that they are on the page. But right now they are all equals. And once again, I'd like to say, and I'd like you to say in your own way through your applause, thank you to all of the competitors, because we heard some marvelous music today. Yes, indeed. Our 3 finalists for this year's Thelonious Monk International Saxophone Competition that will be performing at the Kennedy Center in the Eisenhower Theater tomorrow evening are Trevon Pennicott, Godwin Lewis, and our 3rd finalist is Melissa Aldana. Congratulations. And I'd like to ask all the rest of our competitors to come join us on the stage. Come on, guys. Everybody out here. How about a big round of applause for all of them? They gave you their hearts. They gave you their souls. They gave you everything. Keep going. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Yeah. 2013, the future of jazz. Saxophone is safe. Well, we hope as many of you as possible can join us tomorrow evening at the Kennedy Center. And I want to thank everyone once again for coming out. It's fabulous support that you give to the Monk Institute. You all are parties to the preservation of this music. Believe me, it's very, very important that you show up, and you certainly do. God bless everyone.
And may the force be with you.